That's not right. Interesting. Well, for whatever reason, my computer decided to change the monitors on my scenes again. So let me fix that, guys. There we go. And let me turn off my circle cam. So tonight, I'm just gonna be chilling. I'm very tired. I don't know how long I'm gonna play, but I said I wouldn't play the main campaign without y'all, and I'm gonna play it tonight for a little bit, so. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not dressed up to have my camera on, sadly, but that's okay. It hasn't stopped me in the past. Streaming for y'all. We're gonna get back at it. I just landed on New Atlantis. I haven't gone to the Eye, but I just realized, oh, this is part of the main story, so I figured I might as well start the stream, so let's get to it. This is right after the Starborn attacked.
There's been an incident. Please continue going about your business.
The scan is perfectly safe. Please keep moving. If you're with the press, we have no statements to make about the attack at this time.
It's always had a pleasant day.
What the heck happened? Is it just from the Starborn? Man, I'm tired. Also, I caught a cold from Miabel. Okay, so it's just down there.
Did you see it?
So my nose is runny and slight migraine. Not right now, but I had one earlier. Just generally tired. Feeling like I have a cold. So I swear I get sick more now than I ever have in my entire life.
Isn't he wearing some kind of crazy suit?
I heard there were several attackers, all identical. Just what we need. Another space cart.
Centurion Arsenal. I don't need that. I came to here because I want to get some titanium. Open 49 hours. You gotta figure out where resources are sold, like raw resources. Ooh, I'm tired.
let me know if I may assist you.
What's
You
the
won't
most
find a
here?
larger array of options.
This guy
Be
had
my
dick
guest.
for food. Or for food. For clothes. Let's see if he has anything else. It's kind of cool, I guess. That's stupid. 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 Whoa. Okay. I might get behind that. Alright, I'm buying these dresses.
I'll see you again, I'm sure.
The entire universe seems darker.
Fine, fine. We'll do the main quest. Let's go to the freaking eye. Look, guys, just whirlwind sprint. How's it go? It's like ice or something. I'm just the Dragonborn. Oh wait, I'm a Starborn. They just replaced fantasy with like space fantasy. I thought I was supposed to come here. I guess I just need to go to planet to planet. It'd be cool if you could see a hurricane from space, but I haven't seen that yet. I wonder where the anomaly is. Huh. Oh. Oh, man. I really don't want to go to work tomorrow, guys. I just want to stay home and sleep. I feel like crap. It's like I'm not sick enough not to go to work and just wear a mask, but I'm sick enough to where it's gonna suck. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm just mentally drained. Well, I'm just bitching a lot, but what the? This is weird. I mean, I get we're near an anomaly, but the hell? That's cool with the planet in the back. I need to find a planet that has titanium and then set up a thing to mine it. Who's rolled out? Yeet. Come on, baby. Bruh. Come on. Oh.
Apparently, when we visit them, what they experience is more conscious.
Alright, I'm not gonna get there in time, so I'm gonna wait. Let's get just a ping. And then I'll get here.
Fascinating. I wish we'd have more time to explore.
Holy crap. Quantum essence. What the heck is that? Use quantum essence. Starborn power regeneration speed for 60. Oh, what? That's stupid. Well, that's cool. Okay, let's go to the next place. Guess I gotta go to the lodge.
We're asking everyone to continue
You'll be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, well done.
I'm still sparking. I didn't realize I had to come back to the lodge. I thought I had to go back to the space station. That sucks.
The
So
entire universe seems
I was going the right way. That was weird. Ooh. I cover her outfit. Ooh. It's high still.
Mateo, I need to be checking everyone's vitals. Now really isn't the time.
We all feel like we've been kicked into the ground. Really?
It's so insensitive to show up to like her memorial wearing her outfit.
Time's over. But I think I have something. I'm serious.
Yo.
If I may, I know our encounter with the hunter is the last thing anyone wants to talk about right now, but he said something that I can't get out of my mind. Unity. Do you remember that? Because he was stopping us, implying that we were getting closer to it. The thing is, I've heard that word before. It's an important concept in Keeper Aquilas's speeches.
The priest? Is the Sanctum Universum going to bless our little crusade of discovery?
It can't be a coincidence. The Sanctum has always believed that answers are out there in the stars. Look, I know it's the longest of shots and the biggest leap of faith I could ever ask us all to take, but why not talk to him? It's right here in the city. Just a block or so.
And it would seem there is nothing we can do.
Thank you. I know it's not much to go on, but something about this feels right. I'll meet you over there.
That's a lot of credits.
You forget how much you take a place like the Lodge for granted. Until it's threatened. I've been lost in thought for a bit.
I wonder if you had any more work for me.
I want you to know I was very impressed with your work back on Neat.
It's nothing I couldn't handle.
I'm beginning to wonder if there's anything you can't handle. I'd like to test that theory. My star yard's been having a little trouble getting our next project off the ground. I need someone capable and decisive to step in and steer it in the right direction. Interested?
Whatever it is, aren't you usually more involved in major company decisions like this?
As you know, I'm a busy man, running a company, helping to manage Constellation's financial needs. It doesn't leave me with much time to get into the weeds with every little business venture that comes my way. Besides, think of this as a rare opportunity to help shape the future of a major consumer brand.
Whatever it is, I'm in.
Love the enthusiasm. I knew there was a reason I picked you to help with this project. It's a new ship. We want to diversify our fleet. Now, I don't know why the people I paid very handsomely to come up with new designs can't seem to get out of the R&D phase. And frankly, I don't care. Just want someone, you, to go there and show them the ways.
All the projects stalling in research and development.
R&D needs to happen first whenever work starts on a new project. It's a natural starting point since we need to make so many big decisions. In this case, we're talking about looking at our existing fleet of ships and using data we've gathered to see what consumers want. But of course, each member of the R&D team can interpret that data to suit their own confirmation bias. I'm guessing that's what we're seeing. To be honest, I prefer it. I have professional designers, and obviously they can't do the job. They're floundering. And as I've seen firsthand, you dabble in all spectrums. Blue-collar work, exploration, fighting. I could go on. What better person to tell those overpaid muckety-mucks how to build a ship for the discerning consumer?
You can count on me.
Excellent. I'll send word ahead to the project lead, Jules Degante, that you're taking point. They'll all be instructed to listen to you and follow your direction. I expect big things from you, so I'm excited to see what you manage to deliver. I don't believe you'll let me down.
Ah. Ah. Aww.
Wouldn't mind burning some helium out in the fringe instead of being here, you know? Hey, let's not stick around the lodge too long. We should get out there.
You ready to head back out? You might have asked you some personal question.
Continue, please.
Nothing important. Thought we could talk about Sarah Morgan's death, but oh well.
I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea of purpose in one's life. You agreed with me that true purpose can be a driving force in life. I found that comforting. But something has been nagging at me since. I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary. But there was no other option. I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And I'm starting to wonder if it has been worth it.
Identity crisis. Okay, I have that for someone put out too.
Doubts have never been something I would consider. I have told you that I am not one to discuss my past. And yet,
We discussed the past. Whatever you done, I won't hold against you.
No, that is not what I am trying to say.
I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. I spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous conditions, often surrounded by violence.
Everyone's had their share of hardships. That's clearly taken a toll on you. Hard to believe your family would put you through that.
It certainly influenced the way I see the universe.
Ooh, I'm tired.
I was convinced from the beginning that it was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. Yet there was always a distance I could not reach across. I often find other people complicated and confusing. It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again, with no warning.
Going it alone. Going it alone has always worked for me. We're social creatures. Life is better when you're surrounded by others. I've never paid much attention. I'm gonna do the social creatures.
Until now, I have disagreed strongly with that idea. But therein lies my concern. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others.
Let me flirt with you, girl. need that XP bonus. I'm here for you if you need me. Don't let this get in the way of our mission. Everybody has baggage. It's how you deal with it that matters. Keeping things bottled up is not a good idea. I'm here for you if you need me.
I appreciate that more than you know.
They need to clean up this dump.
We'll get through this. Those Starborn aren't gonna stop us. Talking about me is my favorite subject. A kid.
None of them want to talk about Sarah. I'm wearing her outfit. Maybe that pissed them off.
We can pay to fix the damage.
Everyone seems more. If I can take a.
Alright. Now, we give her the dress. Yes. This feels right.
I will be monitoring everyone's vitals.
Am I wearing heels?
Continued trauma.
There's
think
that
I
empty
am.
feeling. Whenever someone's gone, there's like a hole in the lodge.
Alright, let's continue on. Carry on my wayward sons. There'll be peace when you are done. May your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no. Do.
I do appreciate that not every mental plan is all under the
I don't know if she's talking to me, but I can't hear her at all. My leg.
Ah, yes. They build a monument to the people they lost, but not the people they killed.
Rolling up in a dress. Let's go.
Keeper Aquilus, can we have a moment?
Oh, Mateo. It's been too long. How are your parents? You're still struggling with that herbaceous garden?
No, she figured that out a while ago. Had to adjust the pH levels in the soil. But, Keeper, I didn't come to catch up.
Oh. Well, what's on both your minds?
Huh. This is all you, Mateo. I think your heart is connected to a group of fake weirdos.
What?
That's, what we mean is, we think there's something in the Sanctum's teachings connected to what we've been investigating. Keeper, when you talk about unity, well, does it mean anything else? Something secret?
Perhaps we should talk about this inside.
Man.
Now that we have a little privacy, why don't you tell me exactly what it is that brought you to here?
We'll start with the discovery of those anomalous shadow effects. I thought my group saw properly. We found a series of temples that grant unusual powers.
Seriously, Keeper. They bathe whoever reaches the center in a light, and then, well, the normal laws of the universe go completely haywire.
So you're saying you found a place of contemplation? And you seek to give? There have always been mysteries that seem to defy our understanding of the universe. Rational thought. We enter life as an act of someone else's faith in us. There's no way of knowing who we will become, and yet the risk is made anyway. So you've pushed into the unknown, not knowing where it would take you. And it's brought you here.
Ow. I always cut my gums. Ooh. You know, it's a stretch, but we hope you can help us.
I think I can. If you're willing to find your way in the dark for a bit longer, I can give you a path of discovering its meaning. There's an old story, far older than the Sanctum Universum, of someone who walked the 7 systems and saw every corner of it. This pilgrim claimed he found the true meaning of unity. I always thought of it as just a parable for trying to bring humanity together, but maybe it's more.
Maybe it's quite literal. Let's hear the story then. There must be more to it. I need facts, Keeper, not bedtime fairy tales. Maybe this pilgrim was a starborn?
I'm not sure if you are. But if what you're looking for is connection, then anything might be possible. In my story, the pilgrim met the founders of the House of Enlightenment and the enigmatic cult of the Varun. And he gave them each a part of the truth. Then he goes to his final resting place to live out the rest of his days in contemplation of infinitum addendum, his addition or contribution to the universe.
Huh.
But what if the story isn't a metaphor, but a code? A way of finding the pilgrim again, or at least his grave.
Huh.
I agree. I think we need to talk to them about this unity pilgrim. And clearly, not just in a theological sense, as I have. Because I wasn't looking to find unity in the same sense you are. A fresh set of eyes might reveal the truth.
Fine, I'll talk to
The
him.
enlightened work out of the well here in New Atlantis, helping the poorest citizens find a better life for themselves. The rune worshippers are more enigmatic, but there is a lone zealot that was captured recently for attacking UC ships. I visited her a couple of times. Hopefully she'll be willing to talk to you as well.
Interesting.
I'll stay here with the keeper. We need to catch up. And I wouldn't mind asking him a few more questions.
I knew I cut my lip. Taste the blood. Or my
Our
gum,
numbers
I
are
mean.
growing every year. Aquilus's message really connects.
How could you
He pulled a gun on me. Did you see that, bro? If only I could do that. Time for a cough drop.
Our numbers are growing every year. Aquilus's message really connects with people.
You know what else connects with people? Cocaine. Don't do drugs, children. This is 3 Dog. Oh, coming at you live from Galaxy News Radio. Let's go over around. I think this is the House of Enlighten over here. Whoa, you can hack into these? Seriously, you can hack into this? Can I just like steal money right here?
I wish to discuss with you when you have time.
You could just straight up steal? Wow, this is funny. And this. Give me all that money. Put your phone down, babe. Spin around game. We gonna take that money. We gonna take that money. Yeah, I'm just straight up robbing in the middle of just people right now. No, can't be that. Hmm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What do you think you're doing?
Hey now. You didn't see nothing. Time for us to get the F out of here, pay off my bounty, and then come back. Was it worth it for 300 and some credits? Probably not. But I've got a clean slate. And I feel like crap. Ugh.
There are worlds to conquer.
Hey, you need something?
It's obstructed, and I hate this game sometimes. There's a big bug that they need to fix. What? I don't want to track multiple things at once. Hello, Hydrangea.
I need you to know how much it means that you came for me. There is no way to properly thank you or to repay you for what you have done. I quite literally owe you my life.
Yeah, it was either her or Sarah. I'm so glad I picked her instead of Sarah. I'm so glad I was able to get to you in time. You would have done the same. I couldn't save everyone. Don't make me regret my choice. Damn. I'm so glad I was able to get to you in time.
As am I. As grateful as I am, it is hard to feel that my life does not come at too great a cost.
Feeling guilty won't bring anyone back. You deserve to live as much as anyone else. There's no going back now.
I know. I will move past this eventually. With your help.
Oh yeah. I'll warm you. Any member of Constellation would have done the same. I'm hoping to get a raise after this. I couldn't just let them die.
I know. We all know. Sarah's loss is a huge blow to Constellation. And to each of us personally.
But no one gave a damn about her.
But it could have been so much worse if you had not acted.
We did this to ourselves. The Starborn warned us and we didn't listen. No, that's the wrong way of thinking. We can't let it end like this. They're going to pay for what they've done to us. I couldn't stop it. There was nothing I could do.
You did not do nothing. You saved my life.
See, I made her seem
And
like
that
I'm
will
feeling
not
bad
be
now.
the
She comes
last
and
thing
consoles
you
me.
do. We will press on. We will continue our search, and we will learn what these Starborn are trying to keep from us. Now we truly know the stakes are too high to do anything else.
I'm gonna try. That's right. That's right. Sorry for not talking a ton, guys, but I'm very tired. I hope y'all can understand. What an interesting walkway. We. Settled Systems News Network, the SSNN. Oh, that's a stupid name. What the?
Great.
Look.
I guess I'm a gardener now.
Excuse me.
What up,
I know.
Is it Freaking City?
Bro, you whack as hell. More freaking coffee shops, dude.
Hi, mister. Boo! Did I scare you? Oh, wow. That watch is
Can't go in.
I will meet David.
I am glad there is still a reliable source of news in the settled systems, though it often travels significantly
Welcome to
slower.
SSNN, where the news never sleeps. If you're part of the David Barron fan club, try not to inflate his ego too much. He's liable to burst.
Who are you?
A cog in the machine. If you mean literally, Nadia Mufaz, head researcher of the office. So if we got any facts wrong, I'm the one who files your complaint into the shredder.
What's your problem with David Barron?
We spend hundreds of hours digging into stories, sorting the lies from the damned lies. Then David performs a 2-minute segment and wins an award. Who'd have a problem with that?
Nice to meet you too. A vain egomaniac.
Sounds like you know him personally. Let's take a look at you. You're not from around here. My guess is you really work for a living. I bet you have a story or two. I have a feeling about such things.
I always wanted to be famous. I'm always eager to help the press. Well, that's got very weird and interesting lately.
Sounds like an old pickup line. But it really has, hasn't it? I'm interested only in primary sources. So things you've seen and or done that are newsworthy. No hearsay. So, what do you got for me?
Oh. Light in the darkness. Deliver news about Ron Hope's death. Oh, here we go. Man, there's a lot of stuff. What's David Barron really like?
Dear Lord, everyone wants to know about Baron. He's a smart guy. He cares about what he's reporting. He's way too damn cozy with the UC, and that's a problem for us staying impartial. My biggest beef with him is he's credited with everything he reports, and he doesn't lift a finger to correct that impression.
How's it working for SSNN?
We're short-staffed, overworked, and trying to report on a million things at once. Not to mention there's a constant battle with the powers that be to maintain our journalistic principles. So, things are just swell.
What stories are you working on right now?
I'm working on an investigative piece about some of the businesses in the well right now. Trying to get a handle on how things are in that part of the city. I'm not sure the story will get off the ground, though. I asked the higher-ups if I could go down there for some interviews, but they said it's too dangerous. They'd probably be all for it if David asked.
Oh, people are like, oh, for real?
Really? You sure?
Wow.
Well's a pretty dangerous place.
It sounded like I had Down
Too
syndrome.
much for a first-time reporter.
If I help you out, will you give me credit as a co-author?
Who do I look like? David Barron? Yeah, I'd give you credit for your work. Credits, too. I have a small budget for things like this.
Picking my teeth right now. I know y'all can't see, but that's why I'm talking like a fool. Consider it done.
Great. I had 3 interviewees in mind. Teresa Mason, the owner of Kay's House, Henrik Zoran at Apex Electronics, and Nurse O'Shea from the Med Bay. You don't need to ask too many tough questions. I just want to read on how their businesses are doing and how things are in the well. I really can't thank you enough.
I like this girl.
Do you have a story for me or not?
I have information about the Gal Bank robbery in Aquila City.
You certainly get around. I'm surprised that branch has any customers left, the number of times it's been held up. But I thought the Rangers had finally managed to get a handle on it. I heard there was a standoff. That true?
My first time there too. Welcome to Aquila. Don't mind the robbery. Huh? I can't believe the bank had been hit more than once.
Even though the Rangers are based out of Aquila City, they are spread thin across the Freestar Collective. What happened to the robbers? The Shaw gang?
We mopped all the robbers up. No survivors.
Wait, what? You cleaned them out? Jesus. I'm sorry, but I might have to dig up some witnesses to confirm that. Anyway, these things are often messy. Any customers or Gal Bank staff get hurt?
It was a bit of a blur. Sorry. Thankfully, there was no casualties. Not even injuries I know of.
That's really good news. Usually, well, it's a different kind of story. You were there. You were involved in resolving it. Any comment on the Freestar Rangers? Having another high-profile robbery in their own backyard is a bit of a black eye.
You know, desperate people do desperate things. The Rangers kept it from turning into a massacre. The Rangers can't protect their own bank. Who can they protect?
Huh. That's really good to know. Stories like this always fire up public outrage and appetite. Thanks for the interview. And take this.
Wow, I get credits for just talking about the things I did.
If you have a new story for me, I'm very happy to pay your fee.
I have an inside story about the death of Ron Hope.
What a sordid mess. You've got some other sources we've been interviewing, but I'd love to get your take on the record. So there was a mercenary company, the First, and they were involved in taking farmlands from Freestar Collective families. Extortion, death threats, murder, all of it. Is that right?
Your other source got it right. Sounds like you don't need me. Who's the other source? Hope to have Foreman?
Not going to say. I will never, ever give up my source. If anybody asks about you, they get the same answer.
Good to know. Sounds like you don't need me.
You kidding? You're the star of this episode from what I heard. So all of that? Terrible. But Ron Hope, the Ron Hope, was involved with it at the highest level. All of that suffering was a plot to save Hope Tech from going under using the side effects of a fertilizer he developed. Let me be blunt. The other sources say you killed Ron Hope. Is that correct?
Mr. Hope got what he deserved. He wanted to cover up the whole thing. I couldn't let that stand. I only killed Ron Hope after he tried bribing me and worse.
And all that money didn't help in the end. After all of that, the future of Hope Tech is an open question. Their stock has already taken a beating. Not sure if it's going to go into free fall. Any comment?
Who knows what other scandals Hope Tech is involved in? There should be a thorough investigation. Despite what Ron Hub did, Hope Tech is a great company. I know it'll weather this storm. As a ranger worrying about Ron Hope's employees isn't my job. Justice is. That's so stupid.
For what it's worth, I'm rooting for them too. Thanks. If you listen to the news, you'll definitely hear this. And, maybe try not to ice any more CEOs. Just a thought. You talk and get paid, I spread the news. It's a classic win-win. Really? To say you have my undivided attention is an understatement. A lot of people were there. The accounts we've got were chaotic. What was your role in that?
I personally took out those terrormorphs. I pretty much saved the day. Together with UC Security, we managed to put those killing machines down. I'm in the UC Vanguard. I was investigating recent terrormorph activity.
The Vanguard was involved. That's good to know. The whole city is still on edge over the attack. We were fortunate, damn fortunate, that casualties were so low. What was it like in the thick of things?
Terrifying. It takes a lot of firepower to take out a terrormorph. Just focused on protecting the civilians and staying alive. I don't have time to think. I felt alive when everything is on the line. Every moment seems like a gift.
You never know quite how precious life is until it's under threat. It sounds like New Atlantis, heck, the whole UC, owes you a great debt. Any closing comments? I already have a good story here.
I can't sleep at night because who knows when the terrormorphs will attack again. Everyone needs to know the man behind it, Victus. The Terramorph Management Division has been created to make sure this never happens again.
What? You're serious? Listen, Victus is dead. Like, documented historical event dead. I don't even want to get into it.
She doesn't even believe us.
That's a mouthful. A thankful you guys are around mouthful. Hey, Constellation? From all of us that live here, thanks. We use the word hero a lot in news, but you really are one.
Oh, stop it.
You have another story for me?
Captain Petrov's ship, the Scow, was robbed.
I already interviewed an ex-pirate about the robbery, but she was as reliable as good coffee around here. So you were there when it went down? What were you doing there?
I was making a delivery, wrong place, wrong time. I was the one robbing him.
Oh boy. Anything you tell me as a source, I won't reveal. But there's limits to my journalistic integrity. That said, I've heard maybe the captain had it coming. Tell me about this Captain Petrov. I've heard he's a bit of an eccentric. What was your impression of him?
Petrov was a hoarder and liked collecting anything strange or unusual. He had more credits than sense. A little full of himself. He was a character, alright. I liked him.
Charlatans and conmen need to be likable for their marks. No one seems to know exactly what was stolen, but everyone agrees it was valuable. Care to shed some light on it?
Beats me, I got out of there as quick as I could. A giant golden statue of a giraffe? Or was it an unusual artifact dug up on some planet?
Artifact, you say? I've been hearing whispers about those lately. Last question. About, and I'm quoting, a zoo gone wild. The other source swore up and down that alien creatures got out of their cages and went on a rampage. Please, please, please tell me she was telling the truth. It's got to be some Aurora-induced hallucination.
Don't believe everything you hear. Why do you want it to be true?
You mean besides the ratings? I just want to live in a galaxy where eccentric millionaires have out-of-control zoos. But, just give it to me straight. Zoo. Fact or fiction?
That's 100% correct.
Some days, it is worth it to get out of bed. I love it. This is just a plain old good story. Check the newsfeed for it later. And here's your payment.
Watch, I'm gonna get a bounty put on my head.
You have that look in your eye. What's the scoop?
Crimson Fleet attacked Argo's mining facility on Victera.
Looks like some Crimson Fleet brainiac figured out it's easier to hit stationary targets than dogfighting in the field. And you are an eyewitness with the courtesy to find us instead of being chased down. Refreshing. So what were the pirates doing there? It's not their usual MO.
Oh, yes. I'm not quite sure I have heard this entire story.
Constellation commissioned the dig. The Crimson Fleet wanted the proceeds. We were mining beryllium, iron, and some minerals. Easy credits for them.
Bad blood between the fabled Constellation and the Crimson Fleet? Has all the markings of what we in the SSNN call a story. So what's your role in all this? Part of a tour group?
I'd rather keep my name and roll out of the story. I ran the whole dig, supervisor, Shane Applier, at your service. I was one of the miners. I work for Argos. Now I'm with Constellation.
Oh, an actual member of Constellation graces my office. Do we bow? Maybe smoke a pipe? So we've covered the basics. How about any harrowing tales of daring do? How'd a bunch of miners triumph?
I took point on defense with my handy mining laser. I killed a whole lot of them single-handedly. It's very true. The mining crew banded together and fought them off with mining lasers. We had help. Barrett, a member of Constellation, and his robot Vasco.
How heartwarming. Constellation banding together with some dusty miners. I like it. This is a good local story. Plucky miners band together and punch above their weight. If you ever get more stories like this, drop by. And take this to cover any incidentals, or other creative ways to pad out an expense report.
Nice. Tons and tons and tons of credits.
My source is back. Here to report anything else? Next time, then.
I like her. She's cool.
Administrations come and go in the big city, but SSNN is here to stay. We're close to the action here in New Atlantis. It's if you ever find yourself with a hot lead, we will do our best to protect you.
Guys, 6-5 file. Go to the file.
Be careful not to point that thing at me.
You know, this guy sounds like the guy from New Vegas.
It's administrations come and go in the big city.
That is him.
SSNN is here to stay.
That's so cool. I love it. I love when I recognize voice
David
actors.
Barrett is the most famous journalist in the settled system.
Valberg. Ow, that itches. What is this? Oh, it's Argos. Argo to the extractors. Interesting.
You look familiar. Where do I know you from?
Argo Flynn on Victera job.
Oh, yes. Lynn mentioned hiring some brand new miner before she left for that job. I must have seen your picture in the contractor database. I take it this means the job's done then. Good to know. So, what can I help you with?
This may be old news by now, but the Crimson Fleet attacked the mines in Victera.
I heard about that. I'm glad you're okay. I understand it could have been a lot worse if you weren't there.
Did what the situation called for. It was a mess, blood everywhere, and never seen too much carnage. We took care of the pirates. They shouldn't be a problem for you anymore. Are you able to give me any compensation for the ordeal?
We don't normally offer contractors the same benefits we offer full-time employees. But then again, our contractors don't usually face pirate attacks. Here, I'll compensate you for any medical treatment or other expenses you incurred as a result, as long as you don't attempt to pursue any outside litigation.
Nice.
We appreciate it, but in the future, it's probably not wise to engage in conflict with the pirates. Just give them what they want, and insurance will take care of the rest. In light of that incident, we're actively looking at increasing our security budget. So regardless, thank you. Well, after I book a job, Lynn meets with the clients to nail down the details. She negotiates the terms of the contract and even supervises some of our more important work sites. That woman never stops impressing me.
What is Argos known for?
As a former contractor, I'm surprised you don't know. We take on jobs that others won't, whether they're far away, extra tough, or just plain dangerous. And we always get the job done on schedule at a lower cost than our competitors.
What do you do here?
I book and process our jobs, manage the schedule on a broad scale, and interface with new clients. We're a small company, so a lot of us administrative types wear a lot of hats, as they say.
What's next for Argos?
We just picked up several more contracts. Risky stuff, if I'm being truthful, but we position ourselves to take advantage of jobs like that. Think asteroid mining and other tough jobs. The next few years are going to be interesting for Argos. Goodbye now.
I'm not really sure I can help you with anything. I don't deal with clients.
You know, I was wondering where Argos's main location was. Excuse me.
Welcome to Whetstone. If you're looking for the best cut of meat in the settled systems, look no further.
Start eating
Alright
appetizers
guys,
at the Whetstone.
I'll be right back. It might be 5 or 8 minutes, but I'll be back.
Survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Our next area of attention is intelligence. With all the talk of physical survival in the wasteland, you may forget that sometimes it's survival of the smartest. An empty mind is a vessel for knowledge, and intelligence is the key to unlocking opportunity and adapting to your new world above ground. Your advanced know-how will grant you access to new places and new technologies. Space age, isn't it? Intelligent survivors are also more inventive, creating technological wonders of their own. Note that the S in science stands for safety. And when the tables are turned against you, don't be afraid to set aside your refined intelligence for the raw instincts of survival. Just don't lose your head. Advanced learning in the field of intelligence can offer even more benefits in this modern age of wonder. To start navigating with technological ease, keep blood where it belongs by healing in creating more potent chemical compounds from. Regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Now, let's discuss the uses of agility. A nuclear blast and the subsequent fallout will have many adverse effects on life as we know it. Intensive, prolonged radiation exposure may transform those above ground into decrepit, rotting beings that have lost their ability to reason. They will likely be without common manners and quick to anger. You must learn to make the most of available firearms, but enthusiasm will only take you so far. Now let's try that again. And remember that with your impressive agility, you can act more decisively in VATS. See? It's a snap. Agility can also help you out in difficult moments. But why place yourself under undue stress? Instead, try a subtler route. Taking the quieter approach is always worth consideration. Your agility can turn a sneak attack into a complete tactical move. Keep in mind, others may have the same bright idea. Your agility will help you move through the wasteland with ease and yield other benefits like assaulting an unsuspecting dreamer for the in hastily reloading your firearms by piling on damage to additional targets when the regularly study your Vault Tech provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Got your rabbit's foot? Good. It's time we talk about luck. The difference between whether you live or die in the post-nuclear world may depend on the flip of a coin. Luck is a mysterious sort of curiosity. See here? A well-placed shot may not always do the trick. If Lady Luck favors you, though, you'll find those critical moments a breeze. What's this? Only scrounging up duds? Time and patience may net you a suitable collection, but with luck on your side, you're bound to find some swell keepers. No, hold on to anything shiny. It may be of hidden value. Be careful not to get distracted by your newfound fortunes. Uh-oh, that wasn't the only pest. It looks like luck has helped you once again. Unfortunately, she can't save you from every situation. At least your misfortune can become someone else's fortune. Luck may be fickle, but if you can woo her to your side, the possibilities are endless. A particularly bloody mess with a chance to build a streak of destruction that cuts the magic of the unexpected all. Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Today, we will focus on strength. In the wasteland, essential supplies will be scarce. When an item of value is found, keep it close and away from bullies. The stronger you are, the more you can carry. Be sure to know your limits, or you may find it challenging to escape from hazardous scenarios, no matter how strong you are. There are other situations where you may find yourself in close proximity to unfriendly neighbors. For such cases, you must learn to defend yourself using your natural strength. Use anything sharp, or sturdy enough to swing. Get creative with your implement, but stay reasonable. And look for anything that can further enhance your innate vigor. The greater your strength, the greater the impact. But remember, some moments require more than muscle. Keep doing your chin-ups and push-ups, because there's more strength can do for you. Swing for the fences like the pros, crafting specialized protective gear to keep, or building clever weapons to wield. Regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. In this chapter, we focus on perception. It is the unfortunate truth that when you go above ground, you will be faced with many post-nuclear nuisances. These frightening menaces will come in all different shapes and sizes and pose an immediate threat to your survival. You must learn to deal with these dangers, but may find this challenging at first. That's why we've provided you with the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, so you can scan the threat and pinpoint areas of weakness. And the higher your perception, the more accurate you will be. Why, you'll put Davy Crockett to shame. There may be times when you must engage in questionable activities. Your perception can help keep you safe during these morally ambiguous moments. Practice your pilfering on youths, the elderly, or the incapacitated. As you continue to purloin your way to success, try more challenging targets and more skillful techniques for greater returns. Don't get too cocky there, sport. Always look to sharpen your 5 senses, for perception doesn't stop there. Keenly assessing the unfriendly locals and terrain, of handling sensitive munitions with in building a long-distance relationship, regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Our topic today is endurance. We will all be faced with many new and unfamiliar health risks, such as infection, sudden loss of limb, and above all, harmful radiation. Fortunately, your formidable endurance has turned your body into a hard-working machine that can resist the harmful effects of radiation and physical violence. Like any machine, then, your body must be well maintained to stay in tip-top shape. While average Joes will survive on old packaged standbys, your ironclad insides will allow you to seek fresh meat. Radiation poisoning may have enlarged your favorite meals. This means more healthful nutrition for you. Take caution not to bite off more than you can chew. Endurance can also provide new options for food, some of which can be an acquired taste. Gone are the days of exercising for fun. Instead, you will need to combine athletics with crucial survival activities. The greater your endurance, the further you can go. Just be certain to be mindful of others. Build your endurance, and soon you will find ways that it improves your life above ground. Have added confidence in the swimming pool, stronger, more resilient limbs to the flesh of your fellow man can provide. Regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special?
Okie dokie, guys. I know that was longer than 5 to 8 minutes.
So, were you going to say something? Or are we done?
Well, Miabel was reading her book. And then she just got done reading her book. And she's went downstairs to go to sleep. So now I'm just chilling up here myself. Just cracked a diet soda, which is cool. But let's get back to it. What is whetstone?
The general term? A sharpening stone for knives. The kind of knives that cut the most delicious meat in the subtle systems. This whetstone, though, is the best restaurant you've ever eaten at. If you like a perfect steak, you're in the right place. The food isn't gonna prep itself, so there's nothing else.
Does all of your food come from local sources?
You must be joking. I have an exclusive contract with the Trade Authority. It's all shipped in from off-road. And no, I'm not divulging the planet of origin.
Interesting. I'd like to see what's on the menu.
I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
Let's see what she has. Baguette. Your typical assortment of wines. Look how they all have the same, like, label, just different colors. Sparkling wine. Oh, sparkling white wine, bracing and effervescent with a hint of tropical fruits. Plus 10 persuasion chance for 5 minutes. Interesting. Alien salmon. Weird. Grilled pieces of alien salmon served alongside mixed vegetables and mashed potatoes. The rack smoked slab ribs smoked are served with mashed potatoes and vegetables. It looks like cream vegetables. The strip. A seared strip steak served alongside mixed vegetables. The top shelf. A vodka gin and rum cocktail with a splash of sour and cola. 100% damage resistance. Oh, carry capacity. Yep, that's pretty good. Interesting. Imagine just carrying around this in your backpack. And the glass and the lemon and all that. It's funny. It's a funny thought.
Never a dull day in the big city.
You get out of here. Who can see me? Enhance patient files. What? It's Warner calls or Connell's data slate. This enhanced business. It contains pages upon pages of confidential patient information. What the heck? Alright. See, it's weird. I feel like this is like a tower that has multiple businesses in it. But I don't know.
My mom always best says that if you're on time, you're late.
The heck? Alright, I can make that. Nice. Oh, hello. Infinity Limited HQ. Weird. does she want to talk to me now?
I have something I wanted to say. I confess I am afraid of how you will react.
Ooh. If it's that bad, maybe you shouldn't say anything. Nothing could change my opinion of you. The only thing that matters to me is that I can count on you.
I am reluctant to put that to the test. But it is necessary that we are honest with each other. I know that you said you prefer to be surrounded by others, like me. But Constellation means something to us both. And I must be honest about why. The little I have spoken of my history has been nothing but truth. I worked with smugglers. I have caused my share of pain and suffering. What I have left out, until now, is that all of that was done on behalf of House Varun. My people. My family.
If that were coming from anyone else, I think it was a joke. But that House Varun had vanished. So you're a member of that cult? Explain to me how this makes any sense. House Varun, what's that?
You have not heard the name? I am surprised. Generations ago, our founder, Jinan Varun, he had an experience while grab jumping. He made contact with an immortal being beyond time and space, beyond our universe. The Great Serpent told Jinan Varun that our universe is his dominion. And while he has been away for millennia, he will return soon. And when he does, we must be prepared. My people have worked to that end for many years now, and it has caused conflict with the rest of the settled systems.
It sounds like a more extreme Mormon. Oh, hey! There's the second guy's Miabel's here.
May not always do the trick. If Lady Luck favors you, though, you'll find those critical moments a breeze. What's this? Only scrounging up duds? Time and patience may net you a suitable collection, but with luck on your side, you're bound to find some swell keepers. No, hold on to anything shiny. It may be of hidden value. Be careful not to get distracted by your newfound fortunes. Uh-oh, that wasn't the only pest. It looks like luck has helped you once again. Unfortunately, she can't save you from every situation. At least your misfortune can become someone else's fortune. Luck may be fickle, but if you can woo her to your side, the possibilities are endless. A particularly bloody mess with little chance to build a streak of destruction that cuts the magic of the unexpected all Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Today, we will focus on strength. In the wasteland, essential supplies will be scarce. When an item of value is found, keep it close and away from bullies. The stronger you are, the more you can carry. Be sure to know your limits, or you may find it challenging to escape from hazardous scenarios, no matter how strong you are. There are other situations where you may find yourself in close proximity to unfriendly neighbors. For such cases, you must learn to defend yourself using your natural strength. Use anything sharp, or sturdy enough to swing. Get creative with your implement, but stay reasonable. And look for anything that can further enhance your innate vigor. The greater your strength, the greater the impact. But remember, some moments require more than muscle. Keep doing your chin-ups and push-ups, because there's more strength can do for you. Swing for the fences like the pros, crafting specialized protective gear to keep, or building clever weapons to wield. Regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special? Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. In this chapter, we focus on perception. It is the unfortunate truth that when you go above ground, you will be faced with many post-nuclear nuisances. These frightening menaces will come in all different shapes and sizes and pose an immediate threat to your survival. You must learn to deal with these dangers, but may find this challenging at first. That's why we've provided you with the Vault-Tec assisted targeting system, so you can scan the threat and pinpoint areas of weakness. And the higher your perception, the more accurate you will be. Why, you'll put Davy Crockett to shame. There may be times when you must engage in questionable activities. Your perception can help keep you safe during these morally ambiguous moments. Practice your pilfering on youths, the elderly, or the incapacitated. As you continue to purloin your way to success, try more challenging targets and more skillful techniques for greater returns. Don't get too cocky there, sport. Always look to sharpen your 5 senses, for perception doesn't stop there. Keenly assessing the unfriendly locals and terrain, of handling sensitive munitions with in building a long-distance relationship. Regularly study your Vault-Tec provided materials to prepare for survival. And to answer the question, do you know what makes you special?
Alright guys, we're gonna try to find an old photo. Miabel's in here. Say hello, Miabel.
Hello.
Let's do this. And that. Okay, we're trying to find a photo of Miabel on the floor. And I told her we were gonna have a date night, and we ended up not having it, so she fell asleep with the dogs in my apartment. It was like early on in our relationship. This is late. No, this is late too. Yeah, this is like 2021.
Heck if I know.
Yeah, 2021 is when we went to. Yeah, it's whenever we the summer 2021 is when we went to Louisiana and stuff, right?
I thought that would have been 22.
It was August, I thought.
Oh yeah. No, I don't know.
Oh, 21, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know dates.
No, that's your wedding dress. Look how pretty you look.
That wasn't my wedding dress, but that was one of the ones
Shopping.
I tried on. Yeah.
These are some deep pics. This is
Bruh.
Miabel in her sexy outfit. What
Bruh.
the heck? You see this?
It's a good thing it didn't show. My boobs are everywhere.
That's fine.
No.
Why isn't it popping up?
I don't know. I'm trying to find that one photo.
But I love this photo of you.
I know.
There we go. See? I love this dress because of how it makes her legs look.
Shut up.
You look so good in it, though.
I agree. There's a reason why I chose that dress out of all the other ones.
This is the one that I proposed to you in.
Yeah, I know. But not that night.
So what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this over here so you have a better view.
I can see it perfectly well, that other one.
There you go. But could you?
Yes.
That's when we went to the Houston Symphony. That was fun. Shoot.
Bruh.
I didn't mean to do that. Here, let's do this. Oh, you know what I could do? I could leave this over here, and then I could pop open the photos that we want to show. Just in case if there's like one of my butt on here. Because I did take some not naked photos, but like just with my butt cheeks.
Why?
Just show them off. Because I had to start working out in 2021. To Zach.
To Zach? Bruh.
We were working out together.
That doesn't sound gay at all.
Oh, it wasn't gay. It was lonely, like this poor girl right here. I still think it's hilarious that freaking Matt made me wreck the freaking moped.
I mean, why would you think to sit on it though? Like, really?
Look, you're like, yay! I love exercise.
No, I never said that.
I know. That's why that photo is there. Alright, next one.
Can you not get sidetracked?
I always have a hard time. I didn't label these really well. I need to label them by like year and month.
I never labeled them at all.
It uploaded them really weird. Okay. We're getting closer.
This is going to be so anticlimactic when we actually find it.
It's a really sweet photo. I saw it one of the nights I was just browsing. I sometimes browse when I'm on here. Just look at old photos. Yeah. Oh, this might be it. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh yeah. Hey. So this is the photo I sent her
Uh-huh.
on our second date. Cody was like, Shane, stay with me one more hour. We'll have a drink.
And I was just sitting there waiting outside of his house on our second date for like an hour at least, waiting for you to show up.
This mojito though was delicious.
Well, yeah, but you also like, I thought he was totally just ghosting me, but I'm like, but I'm at his house. I'm like, this is so weird. And then you're like, no, I promise, I actually do want to see you. And I was like, this is so weird.
I did.
And you know how much I hated people being late.
I didn't know that at the time.
No, I know.
But I know.
Not that would have changed your actions at all. If anything, you probably would have been later, just to show me that being late shouldn't affect me.
There's your hair.
How do you even have that photo?
I don't know. I just do. We're getting close.
That looks all pre-me.
I think it's funny I have this photo with this girl, but never.
Who is that?
You always ask that. I was about to make that joke. It was the girl that lent me her car. It was my friend.
Oh, that's right.
She was fantastic. What an amazing person. For like a week. I was able to get to class and all that. Because my freaking battery
the one with
system.
The boyfriend.
Yes, in Oregon. I think she's married now, actually.
Good for her.
See, there's the dress.
Bruh.
Proposed in. We're getting close. Megan visited me one of these nights too. It was weird. She was staying with Austin's sister in College Station.
Look at you just glancing at my tits in that picture.
What tits? Oh, I was looking at them all day. I was like, I'm about to marry this.
Bruh.
3 weeks.
We didn't know at that point it was 3 weeks though.
First photo, and then what it actually looked like. Versus me changing the contrast. It looks better like this.
Kind of. It actually looks more blurry.
It's the same blurriness. This is just a little bit brighter. Very close. Ooh, we're very close. I think it's here.
You definitely did not upload
I hate this photo. I hate that photo.
Why do you have it then?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I agree. I hate it too.
Gosh, who the hell are you?
But.
Shut
up.
Is that even you? Like
Yes.
looking at that.
Yes.
I don't recognize that person.
Why?
It just looks like a Mamba Bee smile.
That's my I'm feeling myself smile.
I know, I hate that smile.
I know.
Oh, I might have passed it. It's like right here. Just me sitting on the floor with Minnie.
She looks so young.
It's just the lighting. She still had gray on her face. I mean, don't get me wrong, she has a lot more gray now, but I'm not saying that. It's funny. This was me the same weight back in February. Close to it.
Oh, really?
I was like 290 pounds there.
It's amazing what a beard will do for you.
Well, and also
And puberty.
I was hitting puberty then.
Yeah.
You're like, are you sure about that? Oh, look, Miabel's first drink.
Yep.
Underage. 20 years old.
20, yeah.
A 22-year-old giving a 20-year-old their first drink.
You knew it was my first drink too.
Yep.
I was so influenced by you, unlike anybody else I'd ever
You were?
dated. You know this.
You were?
Shut
Past
up.
tense?
I am still, but like I went my entire life without a drink, and I was so.
You loved that though. That was a good experience.
It was a good experience.
A pina colada and a coconut by the freaking ocean.
I agree. It was a good experience, but it was still like I kind of wish I would have waited because I was so close to being 21 and I wanted that to, like, my entire life. I was like, I want to wait until I'm 21. And then you just, sorry Gabe, but Gabe bullied me like he does. You know, like to stay up.
Stay up late, yeah.
Yeah, to stay up late and stuff like that. You pulled a Gabe and convinced me to take a drink and buy or get a drink.
This did happen. Man, it's crazy. It doesn't feel like this was in 2019.
Yeah. Okay, you're getting sidetracked and it's really late and I need to go to bed. You're trying to find that one picture.
I know, but I want you to see it and be like, oh yeah, I remember that. We're close. Favorite guy.
So white.
There's my boots.
Minnie's bowl.
I know he's so white. He got so orange so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one more thing. This was Miabel taking a photo to her mom saying, "Is this a good outfit to wear for my first date with Shane?" And then you went and bought this whole thing, right?
I did. Everything except for the shoes were new.
You look good.
Thank you. Except for you hated my butt, my jeans.
You're just your butt. The jeans were just jeans. I wish your butt looked like this.
Bruh.
Okay. No. Oh, side angle of it. I'm so happy I married you.
What?
That image. I forgot about that one. Shoot, maybe it's not on here. Dang. That sucks. Where'd it go, Miabel?
I do not know. I don't even know what memory you're talking about, so I can't.
You were waiting on me, and I was whenever I was doing the robot.
I remember I brought you stuff when you were doing the robot.
Yeah, but you stayed at the house watching my dogs because I was there for multiple days, remember?
No,
and then I came home, and you were asleep on the floor.
I do not remember that at all.
Well, when I find it, I will let you know because I know you gotta go to bed.
You took a picture of me while I was sleeping on the floor?
Yeah, because I was like, look at her. She's got her Bible and she's taking care of my dogs. I was like, it's so sweet.
Huh. Yeah, I know you had that as your profile photo, and I was like, what the hell kind of dick dude has a photo with 7 girls as his profile picture in a dating app?
Did you think any of them were pretty?
It's a blurry photo, I couldn't really tell. And I didn't really want to look long enough to...
I had a crush on her, but none of them were good women at all. They were all, as they say, bitches. But she ended up going to work at...
While you're on a live stream talking about it.
Disney World.
A girl.
She went to, I mean, they all did entertainment stuff. She worked for the Texans.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to call them a word on a live stream.
Yeah, well, it's deep in the stream, so no one's going to watch this anyway. They're all witches, so there we go. Rhymes with witches.
You're ridiculous.
I mean, they all had me drive them. Most of them have cars.
Okay,
you
borrowed a car from a friend that you never really even stayed friends with for a week.
I did stay friends with her for like 5 months. She's about to graduate.
Okay. I'm just saying you need to equally judge yourself.
I mean, I wasn't. I was still a cock too.
Yeah.
I was in a group with a ton of women. There was no room for growth there. Dylan Mike Logan. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it. It was around this time period, I believe, when I was working on my robot. You remember that time period?
I remember that time period, but I don't remember falling asleep on the floor with your dogs. or taking care of them. I mean, I'm sure I did. It sounds like something I would do. But I do not remember it.
Here, let's do one more thing. It's just 5. Let's look at 4. Ooh. Oh yeah, actually. This looks like the time period.
That's what
as
you
well.
said last time.
It's the same time period.
Mm-hmm.
This is Christmas and later. It might have been the spring of 2020, the beginning part.
So it wasn't with your robots?
Well, I was working on another robot at the time. Remember I did a ton of robots?
I guess so.
That's when River came and visited. Love you, River. It's Miabel. It's whenever you moved in because of COVID.
Mm-hmm. It's Kaylee's extra room.
This was terrible ice cream.
Ew.
Oh my gosh, it was terrible. I took a photo of it just to remember.
Oh, wasn't that one stuff that I tried making or something?
The frozen thing that you put in the freezer.
Ugh.
It was terrible.
That was bad.
And there's Miabel in the middle of her crisis.
Uh-huh.
I wore her clothes here.
That was so bad. That was so bad. You just sent me a picture of it. I'm like, dude.
I think we had just argued too.
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
Baby Marva.
Oh my gosh.
I love that girl.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh yeah, this is with all of them sleeping. Oh! Remember I put all the food in front of their faces? The eggs that I had?
Uh-huh.
I think that's like near here actually.
I thought that was later. And you're looking at ones with Mara. I thought you said it was Mickey that I was all asleep
You were.
on the floor with.
It was Mickey and Minnie.
So.
Oh wait, did I already get rid of Mickey? No, I got rid of him in August.
You got rid of him before you got Mara.
No, I had Mara for a little bit. Oh, here it is. Mickey was right here. Minnie was right here.
I do not remember that at all.
It was like earlier that day. Sherman had taken a photo of me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see him or anything. I was just focused on. I was about to go to another class or lab. And he's like, "You don't even know I'm here. What are you doing, boy?" See, he had Mickey was right here. He was right at my feet when I walked in. Yeah, that's Minnie. Minnie was in her bed. Mickey was here. You had the Bible and pillows. And
That's so weird.
you were like, "I miss you. I'm gonna go to sleep." And I was like, "Okay." And then I got home and you were like that, and I was just like, "Aw, I don't know if I should be disturbed or happy."
That's so weird.
I'm so happy I found that.
I don't remember doing that at all.
Here, while we're here,
I'm just falling asleep with the Bible open.
You can
I
look
hardly
at-
ever fall asleep while reading.
look at no ass at all, Shane. My butt would fill that now. Those jeans, my goodness. Look at there's this full, it's super flat.
It's true, except for your legs wouldn't fit in it in order to get it up to your butt.
That's true. Those would be way too tight. It would fit, but man, it would be tight.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a tight fit. Like I wouldn't be able to do that and have a gap.
Not at all.
I'm proud of where my legs have come to.
BD.
Where I come from.
I swear.
I'm still surprised you let me sit on you.
When was that?
That was when we went to the bowling alley with Mark and Kayla and my mom and dad and Cody. Skinny Kylo.
Well, you took a picture of him because he has a pipe thing on his.
Yeah, toilet paper.
Or a paper towel.
Yeah, I think this is a good. That's when you're talking to Jason. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then River was taking it down.
Oh.
I think these are all videos.
Find a good one for me to leave off of.
I'm trying to right now. Here we go. There's a mini. I miss this jacket. I hate that. Who was it? It was, I think it was Mara that ripped it up, right? Man, puppies. Because Minnie just chilled in that thing. I was so sick then. I know you can't see, but man, I was sick.
I remember you came back and gave me the sickness too.
Josh still walks the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that pretty girl. Look at that pretty girl. Pretty girl. I know, me too. It was such a just hunting farm. It just reminded me of my childhood, all the different places. Such a nice time. Just robbed. Take it away. Could have caught catfish and done all it. My dad would have loved that place. Oh my gosh. He would have invited so many people that shouldn't have been there.
Oh, I know.
It's such a sad thing too, because my dad and your dad would have bonded so much there. But now they have no common ground at all. Like none.
No.
Oh, well, that was a good place to end, I guess. River.
She told us by his arm. Here it is.
I always enjoyed when he came and visited. It was fun. Cody was right down the road. There you are. I always thought you looked weird in this photo.
My boobs look so tiny in that photo.
Yeah, they look tiny, but...
Back when I used to have the minimizer bras.
That was Easter. That was when I brought Kylo home from Kaylee's. His class. Wait, let's see what the type of groceries I used to get. What? Oh, popcorn? Man, I got garbage. Bacon, sausage. Gosh. I mean, it's not horrible, but... What? English muffins. He wouldn't leave my side because he was like, "You're my new owner," and then you were like, "I'm moving in," and he was like, "Who's that?" I love her. Great gift, by the way. Oh, see, he's like, "Hey, I love you. I love you. You give me attention. You don't put me in the backyard." Oh, I think you made a joke. This is what our morning consists of.
Number 4 is $62.99 and free shipping. Number 12, $27.99 stretch pay. These are prices all in gold. So, and
this is what our morning consists of.
Number 4 is $62.99 and free shipping on stretch pay. Yes.
Listen.
Number 12, $27.99 stretch pay. These are prices all in gold. So, and
this is what our morning consists of.
Number 4 is $62.99 and free shipping on stretch pay. Yes.
I remember doing that. You were like, "Oh my gosh," and then you realized I was joking. You're like, "Oh," and start laughing because you thought that something really serious was wrong.
She looks so young there. aged a lot.
2019, she was only 9 there.
Yeah, she's aged a lot. Okay. I'm going to bed now. I love you. Talk to you later.
Remember when your mom got us this?
Yeah, I do.
You'll talk to me later? Alright, guys. I'll be back.
Make you special. And now, charisma. What is it made of? Unlike the clean, wholesome America you may recall, the wasteland will be a distrustful place, full of unsavory characters and few morals. Earning the trust of your fellow man is an often overlooked key to survival. One way to prove your trustworthiness is through fair commercial exchange. Your renowned charisma will enable more favorable bartering. Don't get greedy now.
Alright, I'm back. I hope y'all liked reminiscing. I know it was a little... It wasn't Starfield for those people that probably walked in, just saw me looking over old photos. But hey, that's what we do around here. Oh, yeah. Just looking at old photos and having a good old time. Alright. I thought House Varun had vanished. So you're a member of that cult?
They have retreated from open relations with the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective. But they still exist. I was born in the great city of Dazra and raised with the teachings of Jinan Varun. I underwent the rite of Prejar when I came of age. I am of the promised, those who know the truth of the great serpent and his inevitable return.
It kind of made her even hotter. Don't tell me, Miabel. I can't believe you didn't tell me this until now. This sounds really impressive. I don't care about your past. I hope this isn't one of those now I have to kill you scenarios.
Thank you. I doubt many would see it that way. There is a reason I am only just revealing this now. Several years ago, I intercepted requests from Constellation to access Varun space, speaking only of exploration. I was sent to infiltrate Constellation, posing as a former smuggler looking for a new purpose in life.
So you lied? It makes you an undercover agent? I always wanted to meet a spy. Thought there was more to you than... I thought there was more to you than you let on.
I am pleased to have fulfilled that wish for you, I suppose. But certainly not everyone shares that view. Several weeks after I arrived, I attempted to access secure records within Constellation's archives. Vladimir and Sarah were waiting for me.
Stealth. If it were me, I wouldn't have been caught. They didn't trust you. Seems like a good call on their part. It must have been a surprise. You weren't as gullible as you hoped. You're still here, so it couldn't have been that bad.
I thought the same. And yet there they were. I was horrified. My failure would be reported to the High Council, and the penalty would be severe.
I'm not surprised Sarah's a good person. So you're actually a double agent? because you haven't told anyone else this, House Room knows about the artifacts then? What from information are you tuning to House for M?
The history of Constellation, where expeditions are sent, data on star systems House Varun has not explored, some information on their members and goals. As you have seen, there is relatively little that would be considered classified. You are now the third person within Constellation to know. You and I have spent so much time together. It has been increasingly difficult to keep this from you. And I am sorry for that. Telling you this violates so many of the orders I was given. But it was the right thing to do. I can feel that.
This is a lot to absorb. You didn't trust me with any of this. It's hard to accept. You're still just a Dranger as far as I'm concerned.
You have no idea what a relief that is. Thank you for trusting me.
Are you gonna let me smack that? Smack that? Smack that? Smack that? Won't you let me smack that? Smack that? Smack that? Smack that? Whoa. That's where this goes. Okay, let me go talk to the house room guy or lady.
Listen, I have a lot on my plate right now, and you don't look like a new hire stumbling through their first day. Now, who exactly are you? Really? Oh, this is... I have a business. You are just the person. Well, confession time. See, the world credit. What I need is a ringer. Someone. What I need is you. You work with me. And the fee you get will be huge. Yes! Turns out, surprise, it was a scam. And Dieter Malik, he's holed up in a literal shack. The job is simple. Get Dieter to pay. We don't want him dead. We don't want him hurt. Just close his account like an honest citizen. I'll send over all the details.
Debt collection? Truly?
I hate to end on this note, but, you know, not everyone's a straight arrow. You cut a deal with Dieter. Honestly, I have no way of knowing. But don't expect any more jobs from me. Best of luck. I believe in you.
Shoot, I don't know where I went. Crap. Where'd I go? I didn't mean to double click it like that. Crap. This is not where I needed to go. I'm gonna go to the spaceport.
Pretty good. I've got my issues, sure. But my partner?
Sounds like he's got more work.
A visitor? I have all the company I need.
I know you talked to Cooper clearly about Varun
He
faith.
knows not the truth. He sent another to ask more incessant questions.
Few are willing to accept the truth, but at least he has reached out to you.
The great serpent waits in the shadows. He will entwine the universe, and all but the faithful will be made as dust. That is the truth. No more, no less.
I admire your conviction.
It is no greater than any who truly serve the Great Serpent.
The knowledge of the great serpent sweeps away all concern. There is only his inevitable return, and those he will spare. Nothing else. You wish to speak of the Keeper's Pilgrim, do you not? I will tell you of him, and then you will leave. Jinan Varun meets the unbeliever. He gives false prophecy to Jinan. But such is Jinan's conviction in the Great Serpent, he does not hesitate. He cuts the unbeliever down. But the unbeliever returns. Jinan realizes the Great Serpent is testing him, and he will not be found wanting. 4 times they fight. Over 120 rotations of the planet they are on. Remember these 4 battles, Jinan, the unbeliever says. Remember these 120 rotations. But Jinan knows this is blasphemy, and delivers the killing blow. That is all.
You know the meaning of a word unity.
I have heard of no such thing. If it exists, it is a shadow that the Great Serpent casts to deceive the faithless.
I think I understand.
Then we are done. Leave me.
Thank you, ma'am.
The Great Serpent devours all.
Hi. How you doing?
Oh, what's going on?
We're hiring if you're interested. Ask in the security office.
Really?
Hello.
After that business with the terminal, it's good to get back to small crimes and petty thieves. Oh, Captain. It's good to see you again, under much calmer circumstances. You wouldn't be here about the job, would you? Might not be worth your time, considering your rank.
Job, tell me about it.
Part-time security officer. The position is very flexible. You can basically work whenever you're available. No pressure. We've had some gaps in the schedule lately. Macy's out on maternity leave. Jose's on loan to Sidonia. When it rains, it pours type of situation. So really, we just need someone to fill the void. Interested?
Interesting. I'm interested.
All right, Captain. Just keep in mind, this isn't going to involve your usual level of excitement. No mind-altering terramorphs and explosions in the spaceport. Just simple, good old-fashioned police work. Your first assignment couldn't be easier. Go to mast and check in with Agent Plato at Aegis. There was a package left at a dead drop, and they need UC security to handle it. He'll fill you in on the details.
That's cool. They're small-time stuff.
See you later.
Are you the one I saw running away from that crazy guy? Man,
quick. Can you get that done?
That was a little bit more complicated than usual. Stand up. Gosh, just pressing control like 50 times.
New Atlantis puts on a wonderful show of security.
I hate that it always tells me to go down here, but it doesn't let me. It's broken.
If we can avoid entering that building, I would prefer it. Let us just say I am allergic to bureaucracy.
As a member of the mutant family,
Remember to stop by Kay's and get him something to eat. If it's about the financial or food assistance programs, we are backlogged. Don't worry, we're doing everything we can. Oh, we're not. Sorry. Can I help you?
Keeper Aquila sent me. I need to talk to a pilgrim.
We understand that you are busy, but this might be important. Anything you could tell us would be helpful.
Listen, I've talked about this with him a ton of times, and there's no record of a Unity pilgrim, but since you both insist, our early records are mostly administrative. Humanitarian projects, group counseling notes, charity expenditures. But there is a series of exchanges the founding members recorded in a lot of detail. It's the closest thing I have to what Aquilas is describing.
If you're going to recite meeting notes at me, I want coffee and donuts.
We might actually have some, but anyway. A man walks into the first house of enlightenment. The founding members just call him the Drifter. So they think he's a charity case at first, but no, the Drifter asks them a bunch of questions. If your philosophy is built on an individual's own morality, what about the second person? That second person might disagree. Isn't the problem of two what you're really looking for? And the founders respond, each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up. All of human effort is a story of cooperation pushing us forward. And it kind of goes on like that. He comes back every week for a year. Same conversation every time. Second person this, the problem will do that.
Maybe there's a message hidden in what he's saying.
It's part of our core principles. There's no God pushing us to do good for some eternal reward. We have to help each other because we choose to. If no one takes responsibility for making the settled systems better, then we're just leaving it to the tyrants to bully the rest of us.
Maybe there's a message hidden in what he's saying.
Honestly, I think the founding members made it all up. There was a little more hesitation being openly atheist in the early days. I think they were experimenting with writing their own scripture. Fortunately, that got abandoned pretty quick. After the records of the Drifter end, you never see anything like it again. Besides what the Keeper would say about it, sounds like a gathering point, or a center. Or, in mathematics, it would mean one, like the one, the first at the beginning.
Thank you.
Always happy to help. If you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of aid efforts to coordinate.
Oh, you're back. What did you learn? Was there something hidden in their stories, like we thought?
Enlightened story used the word second into. I spoke to the Verum Zealot, she said. Jane fought 4 times for 120 years.
If there really is a location the Pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates. What else did you learn?
In your story, the Pilgrim contemplates infinite. Oh wait, infinitum? Adamantum? That must mean something.
Yes. What he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star system, wouldn't we? Was there anything else?
Enlightened story used the word second into.
Planets are often named by number. That second might mean the second planet in the system. Let's see.
It's a bit of a reach.
We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and done. Well, that's certainly how I feel.
Wow. And that's the name of the star system. I think I have everything I need. Next planet I find. Naming Dum Dum.
Well, I suppose that'll make someone laugh. You figured it out then? Well, good. I hope you find it. The true meaning of unity. Before you go, you've now spoken to many different perspectives on our universe. In a way, you'll be carrying their philosophies with you on this journey. I know you're looking for a specific unity, but if you had to guess what it was, what interpretation would you give it?
Huh, that's a loaded question. There's something scared out there bringing everything together. Or sacred, I mean. Sacred out there bringing it together. It's just a word, and I need to take responsibility for finding it, not pray. Only total conviction will bring us the truth. We are being tested.
Conviction. Another word for strength. Can the truth not be revealed to the weak? Someone with doubts.
I won't find an answer by doubting every step I make. Conviction carries the doubtful to the truth. Isn't doubt the very opposite of belief?
That belief can come and go could be argued to be the very mechanics of faith itself. Like breathing air in and out. What do you believe?
Conviction carries the doubtful to the truth.
So that's your intention. Your friends, your companions, all of them will be swept along to the answer by the might of your forward momentum?
You make perseverance sound like a bad thing.
Well, I won't keep you any longer. This has been fun, I have to admit. Go, find your truth.
Huh. Go to Endum 2. Literally, that's just what it is. Star System's Endum 2. I wonder where it is. It's close. Oh, I've been here before.
Let us see what wonders of life.
Someone made a concerted effort to survive here, and yet it would seem it did not work out.
At least a bit of peace. Of peace. Is that anything? Is that funny? Why am I trying to be funny? Have they driven me mad at last? Is there a difference between writing to myself and thinking to myself? It's true, actually. The former certainty seems more acceptable than the latter. I recall again that my mind is my own, and that even if only it exists, that it is sufficient for me to believe anything else. The unity has restored me once more. The time I act alone for now. Or I act alone for now. Myself is a formidable opponent. I should have expected as much, but vanity is thankfully not among my vices. Or vice. Yeah, vices. Regardless, it turns out time spent in solitude is, in my case, time with a very sick man. Or whatever it is I have become. I don't like this person. Man, that's sad. Pilgrim's Riding 3. Today, in a soft voice, my assistant asked me if there was anything above the Unity. It was all I could do. All I could do to keep from shouting that I could scarcely comprehend the misunderstanding that would lead to such a question. It was asked honestly, and I answered as best as I could. But if even my closest confidant here can fail to grasp the most basic of these truths, why am I bothering to explain any of it to any of them? Every word that drops from my mouth gets gobbled up, misheard, misunderstood, misremembered, and mistranslated before I can issue the slightest clarification. People are necessary, but people are madness. I attempted to withdraw, to go off alone, to commune with Unity in my own way. They followed, of course. They followed. Here's the crux of my troubles. To accomplish anything, I need to write, or I need to work with other people. I need assistants. I need workers. I need hands. As we work together, they inevitably ask questions, and I can never help talking. It starts innocently enough. They want to understand how someone who believes in science can also believe in the divine. Or they have their own misunderstanding instilled by some borderline religious remnant. My weakness is my inability to let alone. I want them to understand, so I try, gently as I might, to nudge their minds along the right path. Then there are follow-ups and followings. The trouble is that I genuinely care for these people. It would be so much easier if I didn't. So that dropped off. Great. We're just a kid. Pilgrim's Riding 1. The credulous simplicity of mundane humans never ceases to amaze me. My worst instincts, the evil spirit, draw me towards a form of contempt for them, but I remember that I am privy to that which they are not. I should not judge them for the lack of vision, when I know very well the blinders which obscure their sight. I once wore them myself. After all, I hope for their sake that they may someday understand. But for my sake, I wish to be left alone. Sounds like a sad existence.
I promise not to laugh if you need to jump up and down to stay warm.
That was a weird comment on her end. Pilgrim's Writing 5. I find myself thinking about his various pasts and my possible futures. I imagine continuing on the road, acquiring more power, more knowledge, and more development of myself. I imagine passing through once more to another world to begin the process anew. Interesting. Imagine passing through once more to another world to begin the process anew. What is notable here? That road does mean gratifying. Every step is one of intrinsic reward, and I feel myself anticipating the pleasure in seeing a more contented version of myself in the future. Then, for the sake of considering all possibilities, imagine if I took a different path, if I stopped running, stopped seeking to gather my own power, if I instead embraced the twigs of compassion I feel in my heart, and let myself care for the people who seem to gather about me wherever I try to work. If I simply lived and taught and perhaps brought others to the light and died, that road also seems gratifying. I also see a contented version contented version of myself in that future. Here's the difference, though. When I stop thinking about the glories I could achieve for myself, the pleasure fades nearly immediately. When I stop thinking about staying and building something, the feeling endures. There is something more sustaining about it, more fulfilling. I don't know what the difference signifies. Brain just farted, but I am grateful for the time I've taken to notice it. So he goes between realities or something? Or worlds? I don't know. Pilgrim's computer. Unlock personal room. If you came seeking the right answers, you will know the question to ask. What are you talking about? How do I open this door? Where's the food? What is the unity? I return your question with a question. If you have read my writings, what is the burden of people? People are necessary. People are madness. They're too heavy. People gotta go on diets. We all seem to end up just fighting each other. People are necessary, but people are madness. Who is the most formidable opponent? Myself. Where does enduring contentment come from? In growing, becoming better, stronger. High school dream one more day. And stopping. Embracing. That is an answer, but is not my answer. Find all my writings, read closer. Damn it. Unity. Myself. And growing, becoming stronger. Stopping and embracing compassion. You came here seeking the true meaning of unity. If you still wish to find it, there is one final piece of myself in the next room. I found my own answer a long time ago, but not in the way I was expecting. I hope your journey gives you the truth. Interesting. Permanently increases ballistic weapon damage by 5%. Well.
I was beginning to wonder if you hibernate. What did you need?
Pilgrim's final writing. I don't know what the correct answer is. I might never. Increasingly, though, I am comfortable with not knowing. The more I reflect on being here in this world, in this time, the more I think it is precisely where I need to be. This time will be different. It won't be about me, so it won't have to run. I can actually build something with intent instead of scrambling to fix something that others create in my name. It can be something beneficial. I can be something beneficial. I'm leaving behind that other person. This world has no place for him. Let him die. Let me live to enlighten the blessed universe before me. You have found the end of my journey, but to know everything, you must find its beginning. On Hela 2, the island hides a scorpion, and the scorpion's sting hides the truth. Hela 2. It's a pretty good distance. Ancient ruins. Thanks. Very curious to see how this main mission is going to end.
What does your scanner reveal? Quiet. Did you hear them? Come, meet your death. Once again, we are triumphant.
This looks like a boss arena.
Your abilities are truly amazing. That statue. Clearly some connection to the creatures in the area.
I have a feeling if I leave those guys alive, that they're all gonna destroy my booty. Oh, I see. Get out of the way, please, stranger. Gosh. Do I need to move it? Do I use my powers to like push it? Oh. Oh, I already figured it out. I did not realize that. Uh-oh. What do you mean? Keep Hercules and me to find the true meaning of unity.
I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace. And think of it as a ceasefire meeting. Your one shot at getting those answers you must desperately want.
And who's the second Starborn that's guaranteeing my safety?
Let's just say they're very dedicated to stopping me from getting the artifacts. So if you don't trust me, well, they're your next best bet. I know your encounters with our kind have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers.
A ceasefire meeting? Are the Starborn at war?
We'll explain when we meet in person.
Fine, I'll begin docking procedure.
It's so satisfying seeing
worked so hard to gain.
Thank you for the stellar introduction. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Damn right it is. All we ever wanted was to talk. You attacked us. Just tell me who you are. Who the Starborn are.
We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
We are all in it for ourselves. Some of us are just more honest. The emissary threatened your ship, demanded you hand over your artifact. How is that so different from what I did?
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
For whom, exactly? I say whoever can collect them should.
You're talking in circles. I came to learn Unity. I agree. Killing you and taking your artifacts are both on my list.
Good. Hold on to that determination. Because you're about to learn there's a higher prize at stake.
You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
You've really come a long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you?
Stay silent?
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds. Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the Hunter.
One of me, at least.
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours.
So the Unity is where the artifacts are from. The temples.
They are all connected.
But both of you are trying to keep people from it.
I have to. This is bigger than all of us. All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
Here it comes. The emissary tells you only the worthy should enter heaven.
You're twisting what I mean.
They're hypocrites. They use the chaos caused by the hunt for the artifacts to establish an order where they decide who's worthy. I attacked your lodge because I wanted the artifacts, and you held me off. You got away. That wasn't some morality play. You didn't survive because of righteousness. You won because of persistence, luck, and skill. As I have done countless times.
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
Keeper Achilles. No, some other version of the same person. You've been to Unity multiple times. What does that mean?
It means I've seen thousands of universes, collected their artifacts, been to their temples. You have a small taste of their power, but it keeps going. You mean yet? Go through the Unity 1,000 times and you'll gain a better perspective. I have hopes for you. Higher hopes than the other members of Constellation. They all end up like the emissary.
You've never come this far. Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you.
You're going to tip the scales one way or another. Better your hand be on one of our sides.
So I help one of you. We combine our artifacts into the Unity.
Bingo.
I want a truce between all three of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine or the Hunters.
Yes. Let's see how willing you are to live under someone else's rules. Just remember, one of us isn't trying to judge you. The Unity is meant for whomever can get there.
I don't know what happens when you leave. I'm curious. Because I wonder if there's another option. Okay, that's what I thought. It was nothing. You just get more information out of them.
The emissary.
Listen to her first.
Only want to control you.
What happens when you enter the Unity?
It's not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offering you the chance to become a star. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion. Or is it testing us?
What happens when you enter, or who was I in your universe? What was I like?
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version, but so much of you stays the same. It's hard, but each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me.
So you try to protect the artifacts, keep them from being abused?
You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way.
What exactly is the armillary?
When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself. Through it, you can reach the Unity. And from there, you can become Starborn.
Interesting.
You might think the emissary is on your side, but your persistence is what forced them to tell you the truth. Remember that.
He makes a very good point, actually, because I had to force them to back off. What is Unity to you? Why kill for it?
Whoever created the artifacts and built those temples is playing a game with us. One whose prize is access to the center of all creation. There are no rules. Whoever gets all the pieces wins. And I've won. Over and over. I don't kill for the Unity. I find the easiest pathway to it.
That's dark. Why did you attack us?
I've simply found that it's the quickest way. Talking, forming alliances, waiting for the right moment to commit theft. It's all so tiresome. I'll admit, you getting away has been the most interesting thing to happen in quite some time. As soon as I realized what had happened, I knew I needed to wait until this meeting with the emissary to decide what to do about you.
After you attacked the lodge, you let me go. Why?
To see what would happen, of course. You might not understand just how many times I've done this. Usually, you're the one who ends up dead, and whoever cries over your body goes on to become the emissary. Sometimes I manage to get you all bunched up and take care of the problem in one go. And sometimes the emissary has gotten to me first, and I never arrive. Hundreds and hundreds of variations of me, packing through Constellation. And it's almost never you. You making it to your ship on your own. It's new. I took it as a sign. I don't get many of those anymore.
You called emissary a hypocrite. Why?
They enter the Unity, take artifacts from others, employ force. All the things I do. I am many things, but I would never tell anyone what to do with their
We had this meeting because of me?
No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic. Honestly, I was beginning to wonder why I kept tending. And it's a bad habit I started a long time ago. Perhaps I just like meeting the emissary to gloat.
He's clearly evil.
But you have provided something quite new to talk about. Maybe you're a random die roll. Or maybe the Unity is finally responding to all my hard work.
Huh. He's still a bad guy, though. But she's a bad person as well. They both want control in different ways. He wants to be the greatest and the most powerful. He's proven it out time and time again, going between universes. And she wants to control everyone that goes through it, so being the greatest passively. She's like a dictator. He's like an anarchist, which are kind of the same thing, honestly. Bye.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be. Seek the moon of Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. Here, to open the way.
Earth, moon, and the soul system?
Yes. I will say no more.
Fine. I feel like we'll find them.
I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again. Go to Earth's moon. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
have my attention.
Indeed I do.
All yours. Yes, of course. The city certainly projects a powerful image for the United Colonies, eh? If nothing else, Constellation does have excellent lodging.
It's true.
Hey, I've been talking with the others, and I'd like to get everyone together to say goodbye. You know, to Sarah. Thank you. It wouldn't be the same without you there. I'll have everything set up in a few days.
Alright, to the memorial.
I thought maybe I would come up.
Let's wear something a little more formal.
Something to say, but I've got nothing. So instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality God? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? What is existence but a participation in being? For where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and even divine. Our essence is what was imagined by its mind. But what we consider imagining and what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors
like the tiny white caps on a massive surging sea. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most. Thank you.
Aww.
Really thoughtful of you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to say anything?
Thank you all for coming. Sarah knew the dangers we face better than anyone. We will never forgive those responsible for Sarah's death. Sarah was my friend. She was more than just Constellation's chair. She was the best among us. I could have saved her. I should have been the one who's gone, not her. If she was here, she would tell us to keep going, to never stop. I'm going to miss her for the rest of my life. I don't know who I'm going to how I'm going to live without her. And I won't stop until the star. Damn. So you got vengeance, like petty, just weird stuff. And I'll do everything I can to honor her memory.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
Get it, boy. Slap ass.
I don't often speak about what I believe in. It seems so redundant with how I live. But death is one of those occasions where it's hard not to look at. Our friend is gone. There's no afterlife, or second meetings. No God in heaven that is curating a perfect ending. So it's up to us. We are what lives on. The pain of loss inspires us to greater action, then that is the good that comes from it. Humanity is what truly creates our world. We are the ones that judge things to be good or evil, joyful. Take responsibility for it. Let's remember what we have lost.
Walter, are you part of the House of Enlightenment? I never knew that.
Yes, well, I like to keep some things private.
You all might not like thinking about this, but when we die, everything about us breaks down, decomposes, gets eaten up by insects and microbes. Or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by space and time until we sit in a distant sun's corona, get pulled in some gravitational field and coalesce with other debris. Not comforting, huh? But I disagree. Do you know what I find uncomfortable? The thought that after I die, the universe is just going to stand still forever. Could you imagine? The fact is that the universe goes on, that life goes on, that things do not just sit still. That right there is the comfort that I need. Yeah, we die. And some people go way before they but the universe doesn't.
Look at my leg.
Not because it's evil, but because it's infinite, ever expanding. And who wouldn't want to be a part of infinity? Even if it's just for a short while. Listen, we don't worry about ourselves before we were born, do we? Of course not. We emerge from the universe as we return to it. And for one beautiful moment, we are here together.
Yes, that certainly was an interesting perspective, Bear.
What's going on with my character? Oh man. Bruh.
Hi. Is talking supposed to make us all feel better? Is that why we're all here? That's my point. Nothing's going to change. Every day is going to be worse now. Don't you get that? I want to be alone for a while, okay?
I don't believe we met. Ajimamasa, former chair of Constellation. I wish the circumstances of my visit were better. Unfortunately, this isn't the first Constellation funeral I've been to. After 35 years, you say goodbye to a lot of friends. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I feel numb just thinking about it. Sarah meant the world to me. She was the future. I knew it as soon as I met her. Yes, she could make me so angry or so happy. We used to joke that we were married. I bet relationships in Constellation are still messy, aren't they? They're more of a family than an organization. All the former lines bleed together. It makes the losses sting harder. But I hope it means the time you had together was all the more important. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Oh yes, I was Sebastian Banks's protege. If that gives you any idea of how long I was part of our little club.
Uh-huh.
Exactly the same as when you met her, I bet. Determined. Fearless. With just a small hint of delight on her face when she knew she was winning, eh? My only problem as a mentor was trying to convince her to be more tactful. Those old military instincts would always get her in trouble.
Knew Sebastian Banks.
Knew him, argued with him, tried to carry on his memory when he vanished. Sebastian will be back tomorrow, we always used to say. It reminded us that he was still here, in the bones of this old building.
Hmm.
pour one out to the blackest sea? Two old friends. May their ghosts go past the edges of space, to the great beyond. Aye. Pouring drinks is one way to handle a loss.
Is it quieter in the lodge, or is it just me? Death is a bastard. Comes for us all. You know, there's an old Aquila story about two pioneers who got lost trying to find a new frontier to settle. One of them takes ill. Clear he's not going to make it. He turns to his partner and says, "Don't bury me. Let the ground take what it's due. I'd rather be a ghost chasing after you than walk through the pearly gates knowing an eternity of loneliness until you get there." Sad story, huh? Yeah, you got me. I hate funerals.
Saw a lot of death in the fleet.
Got a lot of sad
Part of the
tales
reason
running
I
through
left.
my head right now.
You stop feeling.
Hate to bore you.
Better be sad than numb. Good for us all to be together. Even I don't like to be alone at a time like this.
Everyone is in mourning. I understand, but I cannot quite share in the emotion. After the shock of what happened faded, I have felt nothing else. Just a numbness. I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... it is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense. Thank you. This is harder than I expected.
Lodge sure feels like a lonely place.
Ooh. Hot damn. Ooh.
Good for us all to be. Together. Even I don't like to be alone at a time like this.
I hope this is all okay. Between fixing things up and sending out messengers and getting all the paperwork done. It's not much. Good. Good. Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Would you excuse me? I just need a little time to myself.
Okay. As in stupid.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more. They're always hard. Always. And it's okay to sob, to yell, to go to sleep, to do whatever it takes. As long as your grief doesn't cause more grief for yourself or anybody else, it's okay. I wrote the book on them. The 10 Stages of Grief by A. Barrett. Step 1 used to be have a drink. But nowadays I settle on a good chocolate bar. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you, it's that lost loved ones have a way of coming back to you. One day you'll be sweeping out some old shelf or digging through a desk and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs. Or a piece of jewelry they gave you. Half jokingly. Theoretically, of course. Nope, not even for a moment. Funerals are there to remind survivors that they aren't alone. The dead have already finished their part in the story. Maybe I like knowing no matter how far I am, someone is going to find their way back to me.
Chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals, but
I guess it wouldn't kill me. Sorry, bad joke.
You don't believe in the afterlife, do you? This might be the worst time to bring it up. It's comforting, isn't it? You haven't really lost someone. You're just waiting to see them again.
Yeah.
And you don't even need proof. You just need to believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I've taken up enough of your time.
That was very good.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back.
It's so true. It's okay to grieve.
It's just easier to feel guilty, if you'll excuse me.
Wow. I have to be a little bitch about it.
I am told these types of gatherings are a sad occasion. That assumption appears to be correct. I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain my thanks will do little to improve your current psychological trauma. If you would like, though, I can add some consoling language to my programming.
Sure, console away. I'm going to say yes, just to hear how bad it's going to be.
It will take some time to adapt, but it will be okay. How was that?
I've never wanted to cry more than in this moment.
I will note that feedback for later.
That was funny.
Mateo told us about your pilgrim's voyage.
You found it, didn't you? The meaning of unity.
The center of a multiverse. We're building it. We're building the way to it. There's an infinite number of me out there. I feel sorry for all of them.
Wait, say that again? Multiple universes? You can't possibly mean what you're thinking.
Hate to be the responsible one, but the big bombshell of what we're actually building here might need another second to sink in. Want to go over this whole multiple universe thing for everyone?
Yes, I wouldn't mind a little more detail.
Okay. Trust me, there's multiple universes. The unity is how we get to them. It makes you starborn. Apparently, in another universe I died and Sarah lived. She is the emissary now. The starborn was born. I met a version of Sarah. She told me unity creates the starborn. And then can cross universe.
Explains why the Starborn want the artifact so bad. Get them all, and you've got a gateway to infinity.
I don't even want to think about the physiological changes you'd need to travel between universes.
Plus what it would do to the mind? Enlightenment? Or oblivion? Like the hunter.
You have the opportunity to reach the closest thing to your god that might exist. And you're second guessing?
One doesn't approach the afterlife without some trepidation.
This is our mission. We're going through the unknown. Think of what it was with the new life, the power of the Starborn. I'm sure I'll take something about
lose
what,
you, did I?
what this means.
You're right. This is a lot to take in.
Guess a little time to get our heads straight wouldn't hurt. But you know where I'll want to be when everyone's ready. Front and center.
Not to make a sharp turn in a grand tale, but I got the eye fixed up. Bruised, but still blinking. Let me know when you're ready to follow up on what it's seen. These last glimpses from the eye are from the farthest fringes of known space. Could be the only remaining pieces outside the hands of the Starborn.
I can flag me. I'll pull up on these. Remember when deep space was our only problem?
Aye. The blackest sea seems less of a concern when there are sharks leaping out at you. Catch a smile out there.
Come on, baby.
Sorry. Okay.
You need something? No, that's it then.
Alright, let's see what's on the moon. NASA.
Voltaire really is something else. A supercomputer so powerful they put it on the damn moon to keep it cool. Although by that logic they should be running it purely in the vacuum of space. But hey, good marketing material. I've been spending some off hours running some dumb simulations just because I can. My favorite so far is simulating the sound of every duck on Earth quacking after receiving a piece of bread. You didn't know you wanted a real-time sim of feeding all the ducks, but now you have it. Welcome, humanity.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. Voltaire is being reconfigured for this new initiative. The math we're being asked to crunch is ambitious, even for a supercomputer. We might as well be asking it to count every grain of sand in every desert on Earth. Who came up with these original equations? Our partner isn't being very open about it. Every question I have goes through some discretionary channel. I'm surprised we even know we're working on a ship.
Oh, talk about garbage loot.
When I accepted the assignment up here, we were told to bring a couple of personal items. Some psychological studies said it helped when you're away from Earth this long. I brought my grandmother's old abacus. I would play with it on her lap. She'd teach me the Russian for all the numbers. She, just got word that she passed. The next shuttle isn't for 3 months, so I won't be able to go to the funeral.
No.
Goodbye, Babushka.
Babushka.
Thank you for teaching me math. It brought me to the moon.
Aww. Babushka.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. I admit, this is not the most disciplined team I've ever run. Malcolm keeps stealing computational time on Voltaire and thinks I don't know this. And Sabina's been distracted lately, but won't tell anyone why. I really
You know? Oh, hey there. I'm a scientist, steadily employed, willing to take you out for coffee in like 6 months when I'm back from space. It's not a great opening line. You seriously can't get a date? You're an astronaut. Hey, no one asked you.
Oh, there's a juicy one. It's pretty beneficial. So there's a supercomputer here. Let's get to read. Project Prism launch. We're happy to announce that the first tech launch of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof 9 a.m. EDT. A reminder to please sync all watches to Eastern Daylight Time. Our partner will also be on radio for the launch. We'll be recording the event, so be in your best behavior. Whoa. Voltaire? I want to remind the research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use of Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it's amusing to see just how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, how many bits of encryption it can brute force, or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation. But there will be time for that later. For now, I need everyone concentrating on hitting your deadline. We're developing exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client. That should be more than enough to keep everyone from being bored. I wonder if this is whenever the gravity system was invented, for them to be able to jump between star systems. Because that was the big sci-fi event that happened. The big holy shit. We're able to jump between star systems. There's Earth.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation sequence from Voltaire?
No changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
One day the computer will be on board the spaceship. Just imagine that.
One miracle of science at a time, Canaveral. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
All clear, Nova.
excited down here in NASA, I won't lie. Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data? Not in a million years, Nova.
Hmm. Hmm. Go to NASA launch tower. Plot thickens. I'm genuinely curious to see how all this stuff kind of played out. Huh. Shoot. They all have snow globes. Feels cool to be back on Earth. Enter NASA. I am genuinely intrigued. Order our car family running system recovery.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. The recent delivery from Mars is unsettling. I was expecting rock samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars? Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Isa, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handlers, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little gray man doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale. 2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in material science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab. Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then, I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
Lab procedures. Remember the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential, yes. We've come a long way as far as tolerances. Yes, the number of people cleared for lunch is much higher than it used to be, but these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumors that the next launch is slated to be canceled, but let's not have that be on us. Assume it's go time every time. Your professionalism is what makes space travel just a little bit safer, and we can use every ounce we can get. I'm not really sure what that was about, besides like the discovery from the girl. I guess I'll learn more. Did I go? We're in the Earth. Oh, we traveled down? Whoa. History of space flights. NASA. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to sputter outside Earth's gravity, dooming all life that remained. An estimated 50 years until the end has given NASA and the other space agencies around the world the opportunity to migrate humanity away from certain death and into the stars. Thanks in part to the development of the grav drive, humanity will live on. There was a catalyst. There was something that happened with the grav drive that's the thing that saves humanity. In 1971 and 1972, the lunar rover used the last Apollo missions could carry 2 astronauts. The chevron tread patterns on the wheels were made from titanium to help maintain traction on the moon's surface. The rover was fully electric and ran on batteries whose power was intended to last for the duration of the mission. Adapted from the design originally intended for high altitude aircraft, the Mercury spacesuit would undergo several modifications to deal with pressure, oxygen, and thermal considerations. Even though the cabin of Mercury spacesuit itself protected against the rigors of space travel, redundancy has always been key. In the event that the cabin were to depressurize and expose the astronaut to the vacuum of space, the Mercury spacesuit would be able to offer a critical extra layer of defense. This is really freaking cool. Bunch of deep lore here. Close for remodeling. Thank you for your patience. From 1953 to 1963, one of humanity's first human space flight programs, the Mercury spacecraft was designed to fit a single person who would be sent to test the person's ability to function in space. 6 flights in total were launched, the earliest being a 15-minute suborbital flight, and the last being over 34 hours to 20 complete orbits. Mercury pack. Mercury space helmet. It's cool. Heavy. It hurts me these weigh so much, but there were so much. F1 engine developed by the Apollo missions to reach Earth's moon. The F1 engine was a single nozzle, liquid-fueled rocket engine that could generate over 6 million newtons of thrust each. 5 of these would be used in the Saturn V super heavy lift launch vehicle. The power of the F-1 was critical to providing the necessary lift to launch rockets from the surface of Earth towards the stars. Leaving Earth forever. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would escape breathable and sputter outside. Already read that. Good old rover. Mars. Look for the opportunity rover on Mars. The Mars Exploration Rover program launched in 2003 and allowed for remote exploration and study of Mars. 2 twin rovers were made, nicknamed Spirit and Opportunity. Hey, talked about I've watched videos about this. While Spirit ceased communication functions in 2010, the Opportunity rover continued operations well into 2018, exceeding the potential planned time by over 14 years. That's awesome. They put this in here. Astrum, he's a guy on YouTube that I watch that talks about space and exploration and stuff like that. And these projects, that was one of them that he talked about. It's cool that I know that. And I've seen that, and then they put that in here. I love that. It feels good. From the Apollo 11 missions, the lunar module Eagle was the first crewed spacecraft to touch down on Earth's moon. Eagle's counterpart was a common module, Columbia, which the lunar module needed to both separate from and eventually reattach to. Columbia would take astronauts to and from the orbit of the moon, while Eagle would bring them to and from the surface. Such a crazy little spacecraft. Ooh, here's the modern spacecrafts. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic to create the creators of the Voltaire supercomputer on the ambitious aerospace project to pull gravity itself. The result is the first spacecraft capable of faster than light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments what would previously have taken years. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic, the creators of I already read that. While long-term missions in space began in the late 1990s, with programs such as the International Space Station, humanity began living on other planets almost 100 years later. Small outposts of 5 or fewer scientific research teams eventually grew way to entire colony after Mars and other orbiting bodies of our solar system. So this was the first ship that did faster than light travel. Cool. just go. Third story. Oh, that's where I was before. Huh, you can go inside. Well, it's worth a try. Alright, let's see what lore we're about to learn. I need to get off soon. I gotta go to sleep. Gotta go to work tomorrow.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math. I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effect. No motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep slamming our heads against a brick wall, getting nothing. And you keep coming up with something new to try. Like, you know what's going to happen. Where are you getting your information, Victor?
I'm sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But I'm not lying, okay? We're going to discover something important here. I promise.
So they get it from the artifacts? It sounded like music. Was this the right way? Was all the other stuff just pointless? Well, I guess, yeah, I'm just led right here. Just don't want to miss anything. Okay. This is a deep lore part of the stream, part of the quest, main quest. It's a deep hole. Sheesh. Did I press that twice? Oops. No, it's a maintenance key. I don't know what the maintenance key is for, but it sounds important. I've been trained anytime I see these power cells laying around, I pick them up. Because I know they're going to be used for something like this. Gosh. That is an old computer right there. Guess we're outside now. Oh, there's a thing, which means enemies. I'm gonna keep my shotgun close. Sheesh, that robot is no joke. Gosh. That was an intense robot. Yeah, that robot was not playing around. Who lived here and was doing this? Turret control. I already killed all of them, so. I guess someone was left over and everyone left and they made robots. Just left to rot on the earth? I don't know. No. Didn't even have to do that. That's funny. side loot. Wow. Cool looking spacesuit. It's not as good as mine though. It's a massive freaking area. I want to get off soon, but there's so much to do in this. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I'm hearing Miabel cough down there. I wonder if she's awake. Access station logs.
Project log. Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab. I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space. Somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us? It's all going to be possible.
2138.
Project log. Dr. Judith Katien. I watched the gravjet test from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing androids or drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying. It could take years, decades, before we know what all the side effects of operating a grav drive can be, but no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
Check all packages. Oh yes, generals. Even the generals don't angry when they get these direct orders from the Secretariat. So phones, recording devices, all written materials, clipboards, notebooks are all checked and eggs in the labs. Confiscate anything of confidential information on it. Interesting. Yeah, what effect does grav drives have on people? Bet you there's not even going to be anything good in this. Nice. Dang. That pistol is freaking decked out. Portable CD player. What the hell? Explorer spacesuit. Please be careful whenever running power through the prototype. Secure all loose objects and have researchers empty pockets and remove jewelry, watches, etc. Reminder that the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable, and all data is under the strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with all research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the Grand Prime projects. Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites. Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter, you want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we see.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find? I just want to be sure. It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
Oh, you're not going to read it? Okay. As requested, the astrophysicist research team has done a full analysis of the data you provided us. The measurements on Earth's magnetosphere show clear signs of fluctuation, often in correlation to the periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by the Earth's inner core and may be affecting the core itself. Given the proximity of the source, the data indicates the change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar wind falters beyond the devastating effects of the solar radiation. So will lead to some more dire, or something more dire than sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space to see into Earth's possible future. We are afraid this future may be closer than we ever thought imaginable. Some may see this data as normal. There have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes in the Earth's core, but this is orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations' debates over global warming, and we want The signs here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise, eventually crash into shore, the Earth, with devastating consequences. Dr. Luke Adams, our chief scientist.
I know what I've seen here. The data coming back from the satellite is very clear. It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space. Can the drives be fixed? I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judah, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now. I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Jude.
There isn't a planet in this universe that'll be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
Dang. So they literally destroyed Earth's atmosphere and magnetosphere. Because they didn't do it correctly. Grav drives.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa. And if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars. But I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first. But I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
Guess he killed himself. So many things to pick. $32,000. Sheesh. Crouch. There's two of them. You guys are hard to kill. I'm gonna take some drugs so I can do some damage. Freaking bullet spongers, man. Get the F out of my freaking face. like the old Earth shotguns. They're cool, but man, they're expensive. Now that is a good space. See right there. Dang. Dang, that's good. Doesn't pay to check. Oh hey, that was on the other side. Oh. Any more guys I'm not aware of? No. Oh. Oh. That's where that door came out at. I saw you. Both of y'all. He's got a dangerous gun. Dang, he's healing? Unfair. That one won't stop healing. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. Yeah, get stuck. Nice. Whew. Alright, let's get the loot. Why does it keep doing that? Oh, it's the type of space jump or backpack I have. That one's okay, but it's not really good. Oh, this is that super boost. Yeah, I'm tired of this place. I'm ready to get out. How about garbage? Huh. Never even would have guessed that was back there. It's funny.
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel at the cost of Earth.
An easy trade, honestly. Why have one world when you can have all the settled systems?
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars. But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. That's why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
The settled systems wouldn't exist without the artifacts, in other words. We owe what happened here in NASA a great debt.
Sacrificing Earth wasn't worth having grav drives. I don't know, I mean... I don't know.
Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. How many would have chosen Earth? what gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them.
You see the hypocrisy in what the emissary is saying, right? They don't want to rob people of their free will, but then they steal the artifacts for themselves.
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself.
You're both wrong. It's time someone other than the Starborn made a decision.
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common enemy.
For once, he's right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together.
I'm tired of both of you. I'll get the Unity on my own.
Well, look at that. The emissary just became my new best friend.
You've made your choice. When you're ready, the Hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
Meaning, we'll kill you. Okay, at least we'll wait. The final round doesn't start until there's only one artifact left to gather. And if I'm not mistaken, Constellation has 1 or 2 to go.
Alright, well, I think that is a perfect time for me to end things and be on my merry way. I can finish up the story tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But until then, I will bid y'all adieu. Of course, we gotta end the stream on the Bible verse of the day. We'll do that real fast. Nice. Got it right here. Took me a little while. I don't have my phone on me. But when the kindness and love of God, our Savior, appeared. Oh, wait. Okay, Titus chapter 3, verse 4. But when the kindness and love of of God, our Savior, appeared. But when the kindness and love of God, our Savior, appeared. I don't know, that just kind of broke my brain a little. He saved us not because of righteous things we had done, but because of his mercy. Well, it's very true. It's very true. I guess we'll call it a night here. I appreciate everyone watching. And, yeah, don't forget, you need a friend or someone to talk to. God's there. He's always looking for a relationship with you. So, but I appreciate everyone watching. Sorry I didn't have my camera on this time, but I'm glad I didn't. It made it a little easier for me not to have to worry about like how I was or dressed or whatever. I was able to relax a little bit more because I'm tired. But that went on way longer than I wanted it to, but it's okay because it's still a good stream and had fun. The story's really nice. So I will talk to y'all later. I love y'all, and I appreciate everyone that watches the stream and the videos later. And I hope that y'all have a good day/night. And yeah, God bless. You'll have a good one.